And here we are again. Can you believe it? It's the 8th time. So welcome to Zagreb. As you know, the conferences are always all about the people. And we're so happy to have you all in Zagreb again for another CEECOM conference. This year's program focuses and centers on the digital challenge to the media and journalism, to what is happening with production, with the industry, with the processes, but also very much more. We are talking about how to educate the citizens to be media literate and to be critical media consumers and producers. But the challenge is also much greater. Social institutions and social practices are also challenged and changed by the new digital media environment. The conference will address these broader concerns as well. The challenges and changes in the political arena and the public sphere, the challenges in growing up, creating communities and establishing identities in the digital network society, the challenge of policy making in the situation of seeming abundance of content and of imagined freedom. What is the situation with media freedom in Europe today? We will also be discussing this issue. The challenge of conceptualizing anew those people that used to be known as the audience in the digital mediascape. In order for a conference like this to happen, as you all know, many people had to cooperate and many people had to lend a hand. I wish to thank all the members of the CEECOM board and all the members of the local organizing board from the University of Zagreb. Not for the least part in reviewing all of your abstracts, and thank you really for that. But among all of these people, a few people deserve a special thanks. The first of these is Dina Vozab. Please give Dina a big hand. You've all been communicating with Dina almost on a daily basis, and this conference couldn't happen without her. Then I want to mention especially Mihaela Banek-Zorica, Krešimir Pavlina, Tena Perišin, Hrvoje Jakopović, Nada Zgrabljić, Antonija Čuvalo. I also wish to thank our students, our volunteers, whom you will see today, some of them you won't see, our student media journalists who will approach you for statements, so please be kind and talk to them. Without institutional support, we couldn't have done it. So I wish to thank our home institution, the Faculty of Political Science of the University of Zagreb, which is also the home of the Center for Media and Communication Research, and is also the home to the student media, which you will see today all over. And thank you all from TV student, from radio student, for making all this happening online now. For those who didn't know, we are hopefully now streaming on the web all of the plenary sessions. I would also like to thank very much the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, this faculty and both deans, of course, for hosting us today in these halls in which I also studied and lectured myself. So it's a little bit of a personal note, and we are very happy to be in this place for the 3 days until Sunday. And I hope that you will enjoy the building and you will enjoy everything that happens. I'm very happy to say that 4 different communication, media and journalism departments from the University of Zagreb cooperated in this endeavor. Also, so in addition to these 2 faculties, the program of Croatian Studies, and I thank also those colleagues. The conference is supported by the Croatian Ministry of Science and Education and Sport, the Agency for Electronic Media, Rendezvous Festival of France in Croatia, Zagreb Tourist Board, and Badel, which will be providing some drinks later. We are very grateful for this support. I would now like to invite the Dean of the Home Faculty, Professor Vlatko Previšić, excuse me, to say a few words.
Poštovani i dragi gosti, ja ću govoriti na hrvatskom već zbog činjenice da je ovo fakultet koji u posljednjih svojih 140 godina modernog zagrebačkog sveučilišta od svojih temeljnih sastavnica filozofije, povijesti hrvatskog jezika sve do danas i nadalje njegovao hrvatski jezik i kulturu i na ovaj način. Poštovani gospodine rektore, drago mi je da je rektor našao vremena da ga ovdje mogu pozdraviti iz barem dva ozbiljna razloga. Prvi je što je on prije samo nekolika mjeseca, nepune pola godine, bio dekan ovoga fakulteta, a ovome je fakultetu osobito drago i stalo da na čelu Zagrebačkog sveučilišta ima našeg profesora Borasa i ja mu zahvaljujem što se i u ime fakulteta, koji je domaćin ove konferencije, odazvao pozivu da sudjeluje barem u ovom prvom protokolarnom dijelu njegova rada. Drugo, profesor je Boras, mi na fakultetu znamo, ali ovdje je puno gostiju iz Hrvatske, ali i drugih zemalja, profesor na odsjeku za informacijske komunikacijske znanosti. On je svakako u tom smislu, kako bi se to moderno danas kazalo, kurikulumski kompetentna osoba da bi mogao o ovome stručno govoriti za razliku od mene. Jer kada bi ja sada o tome počeo govoriti, to bi vam bilo kao kad svijeća obasjava sunce. To profesoru Borasu ne vrijedi i ne može se tako reći. Ja srdačno pozdravljam dekanicu Fakulteta političkih znanosti, opet u ulozi domaćina ovoga fakulteta, profesoricu Lidiju Koš-Stanišić, Fakulteta političkih znanosti, dekanicu, koja je ovdje također s nama i koja je tako puno učinila zajedno sa Hrvatskim studijima Zagrebačkog sveučilišta da se ova konferencija održi i organizira. Pozdravljam i profesora ovoga fakulteta, saborskog zastupnika profesora Gvozdena Flegu, čovjeka kojeg ja barem znam 50 godina, znači da smo ostarili, kod njega se na kosi ne vidi, kod mene se to apsolutno izrazito vidi da sam ovdje nepunih 50 godina. Ali dopustite da sa najvećim zadovoljstvom pozdravim profesoricu Zrinjku Peruško. Ona je, vjerujem, radeći na organizaciji ovako velikog i važnog i značajnog međunarodnog skupa, doživjela, što bi Japanci rekli, svojevrsni karoši. Izgorila je, siguran sam. Bez obzira što svojoj ovoj impresivno cvjetnoj haljini ona izgleda odmorno. Kažu da u uvodnim riječima, koje po nekakvom akademskom načelu moraju biti kratke, dopuštene su i ovako neke lagane i nadam se od moje strane ukusno izrečene anegdote. A sada, pozdravljam vas dakle sve u ime Filozofskog fakulteta, fakulteta koji je na Zagrebačkom sveučilištu u njegovoj dugoj povijesti, ne samo onih 140 godina modernog Zagrebačkog sveučilišta, nego i 300-godišnjim i više povijesnim memorijama, uz dakle bogoslovni i pravni fakultet obrazovao u Hrvatskoj najveći broj hrvatske inteligencije. Ovaj fakultet se time ponosi. Ljudima, djelima, istraživanjima, nastavom i onim što i dalje radimo i nastojimo raditi. Ovo je fakultet ogroman, najveći u Hrvatskoj pojedinačno, a veći i od 3 manja sveučilišta kad ih zbrojimo. U svakom slučaju, dame i gospodo, želim vam da ovoj temi, koja je vrlo aktualna, vrlo moderna, unatoč činjenici da se već banalizirala ona izreka Vaclavika ne može se ne komunicirati, ali ja mislim da ćemo dalje i da ćete vi komunicirati na način, prije svega da ćete dati važne i značajne doprinose ovoj temi, ovoj problematici. I na samom kraju. Sve ovakve konferencije i skupovi tek se približavaju grčkim perivojima, u kojima su na akademijama, forumima i slično filozofi raspravljali i mudrovali o ozbiljnim temama, ali nisu zaboravili niti dokolicu. I zato želim osobito našim inozemnim gostima da u Zagrebu dožive i njegovu ljepotu, da se prošeću, da se odmore i da ovu konferenciju približe tom idealu grčkih akademijskih ili akademskih rasprava i razgovora koji se međusobno prožimaju sa slobodnim vremenom, ali da se udaljimo od onoga što moderni neki francuski filozofi kažu: ah, ta divna ljenost, nećemo ipak ništa ne raditi. Hvala vam lijepa.
I speak on the behalf of the I decided to speak in the Croatian language because this faculty has been always aiming and doing the nurturing of the Croatian language, and this is why, and one of our aims is as well to develop the study of the language, and this is why I wish to speak in Croatian today. I wish to greet Professor Damir Boras, the rector of the University of Zagreb, and thank him for being here with us today, but thank him especially because he was until 6 months ago also a dean of this faculty and also member of our community. I also would like to greet the Dean of the Faculty of Political Science, Professor Lidija Kostanisic, who has also contributed a great deal to the organization of this conference. I would also very much like to greet Professor Gvozden Flego, who until recently was also our colleague here in the Department of Philosophy, and now is a member of Parliament, and I'm not translating how long ago they met. Okay, I would also like to greet Professor Zrinka Peruško, who organized this conference, and he used a Japanese word which I forgot, but the implication is that I had burned out, but no, not really. But anyway, and I wish to also to thank Professor Boras for being here, not only as the rector, but as a member of the faculty of the Department of Information and Communication Studies in this faculty, and a person who is completely competent to speak about and take part in this conference in the merit of the thing. The Faculty of the Humanities and Social Sciences, Filozofski fakultet, is 150 years old. It's one of the 3 oldest faculties with law and religious, I don't know how to translate, Bogoslovni fakultet, theological faculty, thank you. One of the 3 oldest in Croatia, and the Faculty of the Humanities and Social Sciences is the largest single faculty in Croatia. And I hope that you will all have a wonderful time here. And I speak especially to our foreign guests, the academics from European and out of Europe countries. You know, in Greek academia, when philosophers discussed in the alleys, they discussed and they spent time discussing, but they also had free time, and I don't know how to translate dokolica. There is a word which doesn't come to me now, so please, please enjoy yourselves, contribute with your discussions, but don't forget the Greek ideal of working together and enjoying. I would like now to invite Professor Lidija Kostanisic, the Dean of the Faculty of Political Science, to give us a few words.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. It's my great honor and pleasure to welcome you here in this hall number 7. I am, as you know, Dean of the Faculty of the Political Science, but I know very well this room. This is the room when I passed my entering exams, and this is the room when I had my graduation celebration. So I'm very happy to be here. Especially, I would like to tell you that you will see how this university works and how synergy works, because this conference is organized by university and by 2 faculties and 1 center. I hope that during these 3 days you will have fruitful discussion, great panels, great presentation, and hopefully I see that you will find some time to enjoy Zagreb. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the 2 deans. I would now like to invite Professor Damir Boras, Director of the University of Zagreb, to open the conference.
Dear colleagues, distinguished guests, dear Professor Vlatko Previšić, Dean of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, dear Professor Lidija Kostanisic, the Dean of the Faculty of Political Sciences, respectable and honorable Professor Flego, member of the Croatian Parliament, but also long-lasting member of the Parliamentary Committee for Education, for Higher Education and Science. Dear Professor Peruško, dear colleagues of the organizing committee, it's my great pleasure and honor to open the 8th Central and Eastern Media and Communication Conference, the Digital Media Challenge, which is taking place here at the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, where I have been working for more than 30 years, and which is, let's say, home faculty for the Department of Information and Communication Sciences, which was established also 30 years ago when I came here to help my former professor, Professor Laszlo, to establish this department. My background is electrical engineering, but I feel here at the Humanities and Social Sciences at home, because these humanities and social sciences are most important, particularly today in the digital age, to promote and to research not only digital media, but through digital media at primarily society and relations between people. You know that the fact that the University of Zagreb is the long-lasting and old university with unbroken continuity of 346 years, but in its modern form, 141 years already. And the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences was one of the 3, as you have heard, first faculties, together with Faculty of Law and Catholic Theological Faculty, which formed the core of this university. Core in Humanities and Social Sciences, and after that we developed mathematics, metaphysics, because it's metaphysics, everything comes after that. Yeah. So it is also the largest faculty of the University of Zagreb, and not only of the University of Zagreb, but maybe the largest faculty in these regions, including Vienna University, including Belgrade, including all main and capital cities around Croatia. And this tradition gives us the right to say that our university is proving its quality and tradition organizing such conferences which research and investigate influence of media on societies. I am very happy that University of Zagreb has several faculties which host departments, similar departments to information, to communication, to sociology, to political sciences, to journalism, and the academics which we have there are world renowned. And today we have more than 150 academics all around the world which prove that is very interesting topic and that they can communicate and cooperate with our professors. I hope that this conference will be, how to say, one of the main points to reorganize teaching of information and communication sciences, and let's say to organize, to cooperate the programs to work together. For example, we have already here doctoral studies together with in communication sciences, together with Faculty of Political Sciences, and this is the most important thing that we do. We produce on that doctoral program every year at least 20 new PhDs. And this is also very much because if we look at the other universities of Croatia, they produce, it is not a nice term producing doctors, but it is in fact that, about 2 or 3 every year. So it proves the quality and the attractiveness of our programs. And this conference will also promote these ideas, and I hope that you will have a successful work and also a pleasant stay in Zagreb. So I declare this conference open. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much to the rector. We will be now passing on to the plenary session. We will, while I invite my colleague Professor Okse Balcetiene to take over the chair, and our 2 presenters, Professor Mancini and Professor Splihal, to come. I want to give you a few minutes for if our deans and rectors are too busy to stay, to allow you to leave. While we do that, we of course are happy if you can stay with us. In the meantime, during the technical break, let me show you something. The proceedings is online. Thank you very much. Yeah, I know you're also very busy. Thank you. Hvala vam puno. Hvala. This is your meal ticket. So I hope you all have your meal tickets. Without this, you won't be having lunch. Okay, so hang on to them. Okay, and we are solving the computer access today, we hope. And here is the
I'm sure, and those presentations are there. Mm-hmm. Yes, they know.
Hello, just a little bit of housekeeping. There is an internet access. It's FF local, and the password will be at the registration desk. So the password is a very long one, but it will be at the registration desk. We will try to copy small tickets, so you have it. But please be patient. After this plenary, you will have the internet access.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first session, which is entitled The Digital Public Sphere. Please allow me to say a few words before I introduce our speakers today. I think in the histories of nations and organizations, there are some critical moments, and in many ways we call those critical moments the moments of high awareness or the moments of truth. Then changed public values become understood, seen, and heatedly debated. I think this time we are approaching such a moment in European social history, because when we look at the developments of the digital public sphere, we see that so many things are changing, so many things are rapidly changing. And perhaps it is the critical moment that we are coming to the situation that we really understand and we are capable to give a metaphoric name for what is going on in our closest digital surroundings. It is indeed my great pleasure today to welcome here at the plenary session two speakers whom we indeed know very well, each of us know very well, especially students of communication studies, students of media studies, students of sociology. So first speaker is Professor Paolo Mancini. Professor Paolo Mancini is professor at the Department of Political Science at the faculty at the University of Perugia in Italy. All students, contemporary researchers, and not only researchers on worldwide basis, but especially from Central and Eastern Europe, already know Paolo Mancini from his numerous works in relations between media and politics. Our second speaker, Professor Slavko Splichal, is professor at the Faculty of Social Sciences from University of Ljubljana, Slovenia. Us located today, especially at the geographic spot in Zagreb in Croatia, and having a speaker from the local region. Paolo Mancini, again, is from the local region, from the Adriatic and Mediterranean Sea, which for many of us is indeed an exciting place to be. Is indeed very well known, again, not only to scholars from Central and Eastern Europe, but he is indeed very well known for scholars and students worldwide. And again, focuses on media, politics, sociology of media, and the like. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear students, please welcome now on stage Professor Paolo Mancini, who will speak about fragmentation, digitalization, and consequences on democracy. And we will have about 30 minutes of presentation, and then I will invite our second speaker, Professor Slavko Splichal, and after two presentations we will have some time for discussion. So please, Paolo, welcome.
Okay. It would be essentially about journalism, politics, digitalization. The main word is, in any way, fragmentation. Let me start saying that we have to move between what is called techno-optimism and techno-pessimism. The web is wonderful. The web makes us rich, more informed, more able to control power. Absolutely true. But also there are problems with technological innovations, and we have to be aware of these problems. This is let's say, the general framework of my presentation, how to be aware of the enormous possibilities opened by the web, but also be aware of the problems dealing with technological innovation. And essentially, as I said, journalism, technology, fragmentation. Journalism. When we talk about journalism in connection to new technology, to the web, we always hear words as crisis, future, change. Journalism is in crisis. Journalism is in crisis because of technological innovation. Let me point out, first of all, that we are dealing with the crisis of Western journalism, the crisis that takes place in most of the Western countries. But this is not the crisis of journalism worldwide. It's not true that journalism worldwide is in crisis. Preparing this presentation of mine, which I'm working on this since a long time, I already wrote a paper on similar topics that was published on International Journalism or Press Politics, but then I tried to update what I already wrote. And a few days ago, I went through the data of World Association of Newspaper Editors, the last available data, and what this data tell us. They tell us that journalism is in crisis in the Western world, but it's not in crisis, for instance, in Asia. It's not in crisis in general in worldwide. Yes, journalism is in crisis in United States, Western European countries, but not worldwide. Crisis means that newspapers are closing down, journalists are fired, and so on. But essentially, the crisis has to do with the idea that it's not clear anymore what is journalism and how to define journalism. The main feature of the crisis of journalism has to do with blurred professional identity, blurred journalistic structure, with blurred news. So there is confusion. Who are the journalists? Which are the structures that produce today news? And what is news? There is confusion about the idea of what is news, who produce news, who are the journalists. These are things that we already know very well. Why there is this confusion about the idea itself of journalism? There is this confusion because we live in the era of abundance. I take this word essentially from the work of John Keane and his last book on democracy and media decadence. Media abundance, a lot of news, a lot of sources of information, a lot of circulating news that we don't know where they come from. This is the idea of abundance. But we have an enormous number of available sources of information. We are facing an enormous number of sources of information. This is the idea of abundance. There is another catchword that I like to point out, and this comes from the report on post-industrial journalism that was published a few months ago from the Columbia School of Journalism. And I like to thank Snietsana, where is she? She's not here to remind me about this publication. The catchword is everybody suddenly got a lot more freedom. All journalists got a lot more freedom, and what happens that every journalist can be a publisher. So this is the idea of abundance. an enormous freedom to publish news, and everybody, every journalist can be himself a publisher. And this makes this enormous abundance of news that circulate all over the world. Of course, this abundance, journalists will become publishers. Everybody of us who can become a journalist. All this has a lot of different consequences. The first consequence I see is the idea of media fragmentation. An enormous number of sources of information. Fragmentation due to increased commercialization, but also to technology. Increased commercialization. We already entered, starting at least as to Western world with the 80s, within the era of competitive, of a market-driven media system. And commercialization pushes towards segmentation of different sources of information. And technology, technology innovation makes this number of sources of information even more bigger. This is not new. I want to refer to two works of my colleague Dan Allen in 1996 and Elio Katz in 1996. Media universalism, they wrote, is replaced by segmentation. That means within a fragmented media system, each source of information looks for its own niche of market. Niche audience, this is something that we already know very well, is little by little replacing the old idea of mass media market, the end of mass media. What my colleague Allen wrote in 1992 is the idea of a high modernism of American journalism. And they wrote the prosperity of this organization, he was talking about 1990s, was closely connected with their universality. Their audience knew no bounds of class, politics, or any other social distinction. This was the situation in the 90s. Now, this situation does not exist anymore. Segmentation has replaced mass audiences. Each niche source of information approaches its own niche audience. This is the big innovation that the idea of abundance, then fragmentation, has pushed towards. And Elio Katz wrote in 1996 a piece that I like very much. The title was, "And Deliver Us from Segmentation." Deliver us from segmentation. Let me read what he wrote in 1996. Two main tendencies. One is towards increasing atomization, such that communication will be increasingly tailored to the measure of its individual consumers. People will be able to customize their electronic newspapers, anything but Middle East, please. They will be able to phone for their movie or their choice and view it alone. The other tendency is towards globalization, such that everybody, everywhere, will be viewing Dallas or Dynasty or the Olympics at the same time. Neither of these tendencies, this is an important point, neither of these tendencies matches the requirement of participatory nation state. So, techno-optimism on the side, abundance, a lot of sources of information, of available sources of information, but on the other side, problems. Segmentation is good, but there are problems with segmentation. The idea of a public square in which different people talk each other, in which different people look for possible agreement, for possible negotiation, with the segmentation of the media market is little by little disappearing. So the idea of media abundance, fragmentation of the media system, segmentation of audience is a good thing. Yes, definitely yes, but there are problems. What Elio Katz was pointing out already in 1996, before the web, before internet, is the fact that the idea of public square where all of us could meet is little by little disappearing in face of segmentation of the media market. And this change points out a lot of different problems. Media market is increasing crowded. Decreasing in the consumption of traditional media is something that we will know very well, but at the same time increase in the consumption of new media. I already said that. Niche audience is by little replacing mass audience. Solstein, Jomini Stroud, they authors who have been working on the idea of the end of mass audience, little by little, replaced by niche audience. Where all this started in the United States, of course. And the main example of the fragmentation and therefore the segmentation of the market is Fox News. What Fox News points out also for us, for our experience, is the idea that each sources of information is looking for its own niche, for its own niche audience. A niche audience that is segmented more and more on political dimensions, on cultural dimensions. The segmentation of a market more and more takes place on political, cultural dimensions. And this is what Fox News has already pointed out several years ago and is pointing out more and more in the present days. Fox News has been pushed towards the more conservative American audience to look for its own niche audience, putting together the necessity, the pushes coming from the media market together with different political feelings deriving from what was going on in the United States. Fox News has looked for the conservative audience because of September 11, because of the Black Obama, because of the health care reform of Obama, but mixing this with the necessity imposed by the competition within the media market. And, as I will tell you in the next few minutes, Fox News is becoming one of the main reasons of the polarization of the American political scene. To point out, and then we'll see what are the consequences on democracy of all this. Fragmentation and segmentation. Blurred and partisan identity of news organizations. Who are the journalists? More and more news organizations are segmented on the basis of political affiliation, of cultural and political affiliation. And who are the journalists? Bloggers. Are they journalists? Do they have any kind of professional education? Do they follow any kind of professional directions? Do they have their own ethics? These are the problems that the new situation of media abundance is pointing out in face of us. I see 5 main consequences of this changing situation. The first consequence is polarization. I take a phrase from Time magazine of August 15, 2011, several years ago. Narrowcasting media amplify strong voices at the end of the spectrum and make politicians pay a price for any deviation from this dogma. As each source of information looks for its own niche audience, polarization becomes the way to deal with this new tendency. More and more, our societies are becoming more polarized. And the examples, again, comes from United States. The work of Marcus Pryor, The Media and Political Polarization, Shanto Iyengar on Selective Exposure, Maurice Florina on Culture Wars. Polarization is a consequence of abundance. Polarization is a consequence of the fact that each source's information is forced to look for its own niche. And as Elio Katz was pointing out in 1996, the public square in which different sources of information could talk each other, could look for an agreement, this large public sphere does not exist anymore, is risking not to exist anymore because each source of information is segmented on its own niche audience and becomes more and more polarized. So this is, in my view, the first consequence. I still have 10 minutes.
You still have exactly 11 minutes.
11, all right. Second consequence, probably I will not consume all 11 more. Second consequence, changes in political participation. Media, both legacy media and new media, are little by little replacing the traditional agencies of political socialization. Little by little, new media, essentially new media, are replacing the traditional mass parties. Abundance and fragmentation is causing a dramatic change in the structure of political participation. The web itself, in a way, becomes a political organization. Examples: Tunisia, Egypt, but Podemos. I was in Barcelona 2 days ago, and I discussed with political scientists about Podemos. Podemos, as the Italian Five Stars movement, does not have any political structure. It's essentially based on the web. The political party does not exist anymore. It's the web that makes available the diffusion of information. So the web is replacing the traditional way of participating in the political life. Not just the mass media replacing the traditional role of agencies of socialization that were placed by the political parties, but the web is replacing the organization itself of the traditional mass parties. And this is a big consequence. Good and bad, of course, in the way in which political organization, political participation is organized in our today democracy. It started with Tunisia, with the Arab Spring, but then Italy, Spain, pirates, in Berlin, in Sweden, new parties that we want to call parties, constructed just thanks to the web. So technological innovation is deeply changing the way in which political participation is organized today. Third consequence, diffuse but also weaker watchdog function on government. What I mean by that, everybody is aware with Walter Cronkite. When Walter Cronkite decided that the Vietnam War was lost, it was lost. Because CBS was the main socialization, one of the main socialization agency for United States. New York Times at that time was able to have a large audience. And the watchdog function performed by CBS, by the New York Times, was a strong watchdog function because it was reaching the traditional mass audience. But now, when mass audience does not exist anymore and is replaced by niche audience, yes, there are many other possibilities of control, of watchdog function over the power holders. But at the same time, the risk is that this function of control becomes weaker because we are not able to reach anymore large audiences. We reach small audiences. And this is another change in the structure of our democracy. Yes, many possibilities of controlling power holders, but at the same time, as I reach much smaller audience than the large mass audience, this possibility of controlling becomes weaker and weaker. So on one side, yes, I have many other possibilities, many more possibilities of controlling the power, but at the same time is that what Walter Cronkite said is not possible anymore. Because I don't reach anymore mass audience, I reach many different niche audiences that, by the way, are against each other. So the risk is that watchdog function is not strong as it was in the era of mass audience. For consequences, more complex and fragmented negotiation process. Media market, but also the political sphere, the political arena is much more crowded than before. There are many new actors that enter the political arena. There are many new actors that enter the negotiation process, that enter the decision-making process. And the decision-making process becomes more and more complex. I'm taking this fragment from an article written for an Italian newspaper in 2011. Let me read this because it's a good example of how blurred and complex the decision-making process becomes. Congressmen wander around as crazy ants, also because they don't have any more clear ideas on what public opinion believes and what voters believe. Walter Cronkite does not exist anymore. Yes. I have just one more consequence. Walter Cronkite does not exist anymore. Walter Cronkite is not able to tell us anymore what is the feeling of American people. There are many sources of information, most of times contrasting each other. And congressmen don't understand anymore what public opinion wants. In the era of digital technologies, the old mechanism of consensus building have disappeared. Not only the old anchormen, such as Walter Cronkite, who were able to strongly influence public opinion with very sober and moderate discourse, don't exist anymore. The abundance of news channels, the extreme tones of the debate on the internet, on the talk show, Fox News, the cable television from CNN to Fox, that roll their drums 20 hours a day, puzzle the spectator. Voter citizens who react condemning the entire Washington and the politicians who live there. So there is confusion. There is a blurred public sphere because of enormous number of voices that talk each other in the public sphere. And as Gaji was saying, congressmen don't understand anymore what is the majoritarian feeling of American people. This is the situation of our democracy. Many new actors are entering the public sphere. Many new actors, not just the traditional political actors as mass parties, but new media who are replacing the traditional political socialization agency are entering the decision-making process. And this becomes complex, fragmented, long. Negotiations on decision-making don't involve two actors, three actors. They involve an enormous number of actors who can enter with their voices within the decision-making process. And this becomes more complex, more long. Of course, these consequences are easier to take place in transitional democracies. And this is another point that it's not everywhere the same. In new and transitional democracies, these consequences can be more dramatic. In those democracies in which the idea of common good, of common interest is weaker, the confusion of public sphere, the complexity of public sphere can have more dramatic consequences than in the well-established democracy. But of course, this takes place also in the well-established democracies. Again, the situation of Spain today. Spain was used to have 2-3 parties. Now there are the traditional Christian Democrats, there are the socialists, there are still the communists, and then Podemos, and then Ciudadanos. So the number of political actors is increasing. Good, of course good. But everything becomes more complex. And this is one of the consequences that we have to take into account. Public scrutiny, more diffuse, but less effective. Less effective because mass audience has been replaced by niche audiences. And the risk is that the old action of controlling a watchdog is now ended by. Last consequences. Blurred news, the risk of manipulation. In my backpack, I have a book published by an Italian author, Sofri, which is a book on the false news that have appeared in the last 2 years. The book by Morozov is a good example of how the news market can become blurred and can become the subject of different actions, of manipulation. But not just manipulation, can become the subject of mistakes, of errors. So, many more sources of information, many more news in circulation, but are we sure that that news has been controlled? That news has been published by within any different goal behind it. So, as I said at the beginning, yes, we have to be happy about digitalization, and the consequences of the digitalization of democracy makes us more powerful in a way, but there are also many problems with which are the consequences following this kind of changes that is taking place. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Please allow me to ask you to save your questions after the second speaker. And now it's my pleasure to invite Professor Slavko Splichal, who will speak about internetization of publicity and privacy, and again, probably the consequences of those processes.
Thank you, and let me correct the title, which is the internetization of publicness and privateness, and you will see what the difference may be. Good morning to everyone again, and thank you to Paolo's talk. You will realize probably that there is at least one thing we have in common with Paolo. We know what's going wrong. We are very certain, probably, what exactly is going wrong, and we have absolutely no idea how to fix it. And at least this is my case. I think Paolo has some similar problems. To start with this talk, I'll just briefly show you a few data. Paolo talked about abundance, techno-optimism, techno-pessimism, and this kind of data are those who actually influence that kind of thinking. On the one hand, it's great, 3 billion users of the internet. On the other hand, of course, the question is what are the consequences? It's great that the internet is used more and more. Almost it's coming close to 100% penetration in the most developed countries. It's great that there are more and more data available globally. Everybody knows nowadays that actually there is no one single sphere of human life which is not directly connected or directly influenced by the internet and by mobile phones. Everybody knows nowadays probably that more and more people are involved in all kinds of activities in the internet or with mobile phones. It's almost everything we do, we also do through the internet or with the help of the internet. And not less importantly, and this probably we often don't realize, the fact is that if you took the most visited internet platforms, you would find that there is only one single platform out of 100 which is not privately owned. And this has very important consequences. So, talking about internetization, this is a rather new concept. Not to say it's a new process, it's a rather new concept. And it's essentially it was developed to in an attempt to understand better or explain what's happening in the global economy. I have no time to go through all these more detailed assessments of what the economic and the other consequences of internetizations are. One thing I would like to emphasize is what a few years ago Peter Dahlgren said about, and that's related to the social aspect of, this doesn't work, I think, about the social consequences of the use of the internet. And I quote, the internet is now institutionally so integrated with how society functions that the sense of the separateness, its distinction in regard to the way we normally get things done, has disappeared. And this actually, I think, is the most important fact about internetization, that there is no clear difference between what the internet is and what all the rest is. It was quite obvious before. And the direct consequence of internetization is globalization, which Levitt in 1983 defined with the words that the world's needs and desires have been irrevocably homogenized. It makes the multinational corporation obsolete and the global corporation absolute. So again, as internetization, globalization was initially, the term was coined by those interested in economic development. But more important than that, I think, is the idea, which you can also find already in Levitt's writings, that everywhere, everything gets more and more like everything else, submerged by the dominant capitalist mode of production. The fact here is that it's not that markets are becoming similar and developing into one single global market. The most important consequence is that everything is getting similar to everything else. Different spheres of life that supposed to be in the past in a way separated, also interrelated, but those differences between them are disappearing. They are all submerged to the same kind of the development laws and so on. So more recently, Andrew Targowski identified a number of consequences of internetization, which is, I would say, they are rather well known. So on the one hand, internetization would empower the users, empower global business, empower organizations in different ways. On the other hand, internet would have the consequences we would rather like to avoid. So on the one hand, we can talk about, as Paolo did, techno-optimistic perspectives, on the other hand, techno-pessimistic perspectives, with all kind of more or less problematic consequences, from diseases to global unemployment and risk of global crisis. The point, the main point Andrew Targowski made is actually that at the end of the day, everything would be fine. So all these consequences, inside the bad ones, the good ones, at the end would lead towards a better communicated society, to a better informed society, to a better organized society, and to a political stronger society. And I doubt it very much that this will be the case. When talking about internetization nowadays, Paolo talked about a number of issues already. Some of them are mentioned there. My intention is to talk a bit about the changing relationship between publicness and privateness. There is no time, I'm afraid, to discuss these issues in more detail. The important thing is that we have to be aware about the complexity of the concept of publicness and privateness. So publicness involves issues like visibility, access, deliberation, legitimation. So when we are talking about publicness, when we are talking about public sphere, it's implied that these are the issues we are talking about, or we have to talk about, the issues of visibility, access, deliberation, and legitimation. On the other hand, when we are talking about publicity, we have to be aware of the, I would say, contradictory nature of publicity. It's not an activity that without any hesitation should be considered very good in a society. There are problematic types of reflexivity, which I would name instrumental or strategic, which basically are either promotional or disciplinary. These are the four main consequences in terms of mass media functions, which can be defined based on the early dissertations on publicness already in the late 18th, early 19th century, based on works of Bentham, Kant, Marx, and Dewey. So on it's essentially the function of the media. Paolo referred to the important functions of the media right now. So the first one is that the mass media are constitutive of the constitution of the public. There is no public without the media. By providing citizens access to the media, they also enable formation of public opinion. So there is no public opinion without the media. The crucial function is surveillance of political powers, mentioned also by Paolo. And finally, the media legitimate political authorities. So that was still is the Enlightenment idea of what the media functions in society should be. Publicness is opposed to privateness, and the essential difference between, or the idea how to differentiate between publicness and privateness is the nature of transaction in which individuals are involved in society. So we can speak of publicness when we are facing transactions in which when we talk about the consequences, massive, important consequences of transactions in which individuals are not directly involved. And that's, of course, the majority of transactions taking place globally. If you remember the data at the beginning, so most of the data would refer to potentially to this sphere of the publicness. On the other hand, privacy could be defined as socially and legally protected residual domain. But the fact that it's a residual does not mean that it does not need any regulation at all. It certainly needs publicly regulated protection. So privateness is becoming particularly important concepts precisely with the internet. And as is usually the case with the concept in social sciences and humanities, there are, of course, very different conceptualizations and definitions of privateness. Some dimensions that are usually considered important for the definitions of privateness are listed here. It's related to the personal control over information, human dignity of inviolate personality, intimacy involving love, friendship, and trust, diversity of interpersonal relationship with others, and exclusive access of a person to the realm of his or her own. So why is information privacy important, and why, in fact, it is constitutive of publicness as well? The main argument, I think, could be found in Georg Simmel, in his argument that all we communicate to another individual by means of words, or perhaps in another fashion, is a selection from the psychological real whole, whose absolutely exact report in terms of content and sequence would drive everybody into the insane asylum. So there are spheres that should be protected in the way that each person would have the absolute right, I would say, of personal censorship. I have to have the right to decide which part of this psychological real whole will be available to others and which which part should remain under my absolute control. What's happening, though, with the development of Internet is that the boundaries between publicness and privateness, between the public and the private, are more and blurred in a very different way. And this is, unfortunately, I have no time to discuss this. That's true. So this, in a way, mixing between publicness and privateness is, I would say, clearly related and connected to what's happening globally in the sphere of economy and decision making. I referred to that at the beginning. So if you look at this new modes of global governance, you would find there a mixture of different approaches, of different ways of getting things done, as Peter Duggan would say, which traditionally either did not exist or they existed separately from each other. Now they are mixed together, and the consequence of that is that it's very difficult to establish control over what's happening in the global governance. We certainly have to speak about the process of privatization of publicness. And I should emphasize that this is not something that is originally or intrinsically related only to the process of internetization. Privatization of publicness actually began from the very beginning of the Indian Enlightenment age, actually with the fact that publicness was somehow separated from privateness at that time. At the very same time, the process of privatization of publicness and to some degree publicization of privateness started. Again, there are a number of cases, a number of specific historical processes we can refer to. One is certainly very important, if not the most important one, namely the fact that from the early idea of freedom of expression was transformed to the idea of press freedom, which means that personal right to use the media to express your opinion was transformed into the corporate right of the press. The nature of publicity changed. I mentioned before that there are different kinds of publicity. So generally publicity became more instrumental. Public opinion was privatized with the help of opinion polls, or is not existing anymore, as Paolo would say. The public and the concept of the public are in eclipse. In a recent book on computing in clouds, Winnie Moscow wrote, you can read that actually the concept of the public is radically misused nowadays. So it's not used to mean what it's supposed to mean in the past, but it's in a way, the concept itself is commercialized in the sense that it refers to the common commercial interest, and that it's considered the public, and similarly is happening with the concept of community. There are a similar process in the development from the public opinion tribunal as it was conceived 300 years ago to a kind of panopticon through the internet or with the help of the internet. And finally, the whole idea of the public sphere is actually getting privatized in the way actually Paolo described before. Privatization is contrasted with another process, with this publicizing privateness or publicizing personal information, is in this case, according to this statistic, which of course is from the United States only, but I think it's a good indication what's happening in the use, private use of the internet by the users. They are willing and prepared to share with others almost everything on the internet, which traditionally was considered absolutely private. If you look at the huge number of all kind of data uploaded and downloaded from the internet, on the internet, you can realize that a lot of data or a lot of information formerly considered exclusively or absolutely private are now somehow publicly available somehow. So a lot of other people has access to this data. If you look how this process is actually the process of publicization of privateness is misused, I think this is a good indication of what's actually happening with this data. If there are 42 million attacks every year on private accounts on the internet, you can imagine what kind of global consequences this could have. So the issue here is how would it be possible to keep publicness and privateness apart? And the reason for that is that keeping publicness and privateness apart is fundamentally necessary for rescuing publicness on the one hand and privateness on the other hand, so privacy and the public sphere. If there is no clear distinction, it doesn't imply that private sphere would enlarge globally, or the private sphere would become much more powerful. The consequence, if the boundaries between publicness and privateness are blurred, is that both of them would entirely disappear globally. So what are the possibilities? And I said at the beginning, if I know, or if I'm certain, if I'm convinced at least that what we can find now in the internet is wrong, and I'm certain that things should be somehow fixed, unfortunately, I have no idea how to fix that. So the idea certainly is that on the one hand, what is needed is to protect the public sphere from private matters. The problem is that the public sphere, when Paolo talks about fragmentation, this could be probably part of that. So that there are all kind of information, all kind of data publicized by individuals, by different sources in the internet, which have absolutely no value for this fundamental democratic political process. In contrast, actually, this huge amount of information is actually disabling individuals to participate in the public sphere or in the political process. So on the one hand, with sort of regulation, the private sphere or the private spheres globally should be protected from privatization. And on the other hand, of course, privacy should be protected from invasion of commercial and governmental actors. The idea of protection of privacy is an old one. So Brandis wrote about it 130 years ago. The idea of protection of the public sphere from privatization of that kind is rather new, and that one, I would say, is really related to the specificity of the Internet. Protection of information privacy, it's much more, obviously, it's 130, 140 years since early discussions on how to protect the privacy emerged. So there are a lot of ideas how to protect legally, in particular informational privacy, although there are, of course, also a lot of misuses. I mentioned earlier this process of transformation of freedom of speech to freedom of the corporate press. We can find recently a similar process with in the sphere of the protection of informational privacy. Privacy is increasingly related to corporate privacy, not to personal privacy. And the protection of corporate privacy, of course, is a negation rather than affirmation of the original idea of informational privacy. And to conclude, this is the most difficult question, how to protect the Internet as a part of public sphere, how to keep the Internet public. We know by whom the Internet is endangered. And if we, or when we realize who are the key actors of that process of endangering the publicness of the Internet, it becomes, of course, quite clear why we are actually in a position in which we cannot, it's very difficult to identify the potential solutions. It's not only that we are facing kind of private appropriation of the Internet. It's not only that information security is often considered as information security of the most powerful actors. And we know that net neutrality is becoming increasingly endangered, even, well, I don't know why I would say even, in the European Union. Perhaps even though the European Parliament last year requested the European Commission and Council to establish ways of protection of net neutrality. On the other hand, just a few months ago, the European Council drafted a directive about the Internet, which even doesn't mention net neutrality anymore. And the most important problem is that the Internet is more and more developed into a very dangerous direction, becoming as a warfare domain. Recently, the chief of the National Security Agency in the United States said that the network, the Internet, has to be treated as a weapons system, and all kinds of resources should be engaged. That the government of the United States, of course, would establish a kind of total control over the Internet. And on the other hand, a Chinese professor recently wrote about the coming Third World War, or the New World War, in which the main battlefields will be, according to Zudong, space, oceans, and the Internet. And this, facing these ideas of how the most powerful actors can control can, as said before, can establish a kind of absolute control over the internet, this makes very difficult to think in what ways we can really protect the internet as a part of the public sphere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Paolo. Thank you, Slavko. And now we have 15 minutes for discussion. So, please, floor is open. Yes, please. Could you please introduce yourself? Okay, thank you. Paolo, would you like to react?
Get more questions?
Or maybe we can get more questions.
We need one mic for the audience.
For the audience. Ah, okay, sure, sure. That's a good idea.
In order to be streamed, you guys will use one, and this one will get. This one will go to the audience because otherwise it doesn't go. So I need one student. Here you go. So
okay, maybe we can take another question.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm Brindu Sharmak. I'm coming from Romania. The first question is for Professor Mancini. What is your opinion about the robot journalists? They are already working in big newspapers in the United States. And the second is for both professors. What do you think about the Global News Initiative, the Google News Initiative? They started a few months ago. It's about Europe. It's about increasing the quality of the journalism in Europe. They are investing in that. What do you think about? Thank you.
István, please.
István Hegedűs, Hungarian Europe Society. My question is to Paolo Mancini about his presentation when you said that there are two processes parallel. One is fragmentation, segmentation of the media audience, this niche issue, and the other one is still globalization, when we can watch the same programs, the same news. My question is about the choice of the individuals. I think many just search for individual niche, what they are interested in, but on the other hand they also watch the general news or series, what almost everyone still watches. So from the individual's perspective, maybe it's a little bit different, not so much polarized. That would be my question.
Okay, we have like 10 minutes left, so maybe we could start with answers, and then if we have more time, then we can take more questions.
What shall I do? Like something like this? Yeah, yes.
They can help.
No, okay. I think it's. Two are too many. I look like too powerful. No, I don't think that there are just soft news. I want to take this book. I told you about this. Is from an Italian journalist working on the. He has his own blog, Il Post, and this book has a lot of examples of false hard news. So I don't think that the issue is that on the web there are soft news. There are soft news. The web, don't forget that essentially the web is used not just to get news, but to entertain, to play. Let's not forget this. But if there are soft news, there are also a lot of hard news, which not rarely are not true or correct news. Why? For instance, because of the issue of robot journalism. Because the possibility of controlling the news, of controlling the truthness of the news does not exist. Because you have to arrive first. And in the situation of abundance, of sources of information, I don't want to be the last to control if the news is true or not. This is the idea of blurred news. In the situation of abundance, there is no possibility of controlling the news. There is no possibility of controlling if this news is correct or not, is true or not. I don't have to be the last one. As I said, technology, a lot of sources of information, and in a situation of very commercialized media system, I cannot arrive last. And this is the main problem with robot journalism. It's easy to get news, but then how to control, how to frame, how to give meaning. This takes time, and the risk is blurred news. Individualization and globalization. I don't think that there is difference. I look for my personal interest, but I'm looking for my personal interest for news that interests myself, but not just as to the Italian market. I look the world. So this is quite sure that individualization goes together with globalization. I'm not sure I understood your question. I don't see contradiction between the tendency towards globalization. I look just for those news that have much to do with my personal feelings, with my personal interest, with my personal choices. But at the same time, I look for this news not just in the Italian or the Croatian media market, but I look for this very personal news in a market which is which is globalized market. So I don't see, I think that what Helio Katz wrote in 1996 about this double tendency, individualization and globalization, is still the situation, much more than in 1996. More individualized news, because I can get that particular source of information, but it's not just linked to my personal home language, national language. I look at those news in a globalized market. Slavko, just one microphone for you.
Well, I would just say a few words about this actual problem of the artificial intelligence related to the internet. There are, I mean, this kind of automatic journalism. There are a number of cases. I mean, Google is not the first one. There are a number of applications developed already to, in a way, overcome the editorial work in the media. And the editorial work in the media, the news selection, is actually the key element, actually, of the traditional media. So these initiatives, on the one hand, they are directly against, I would say, professional journalism. They, in fact, deprofessionalize journalism by introducing these programs and applications. And the problem is that there are less and less, fewer and fewer people who are involved in the possible control of what's happening with the use of artificial intelligence, not only in the sense of traditional news gathering, but in general. In January this year, a group of scientists published a public letter, including the famous Hawkins from the UK, urging governments to establish a kind of control over the development of the artificial intelligence. There are scenarios you can read on how, let's say, this famous computer in the United States, Mr. Watson, could take over. So if the present kind of the development of the artificial intelligence, which is, I mean, the development is absolutely separated from social sciences, humanities, legal regulations. It's considered an intrinsic and exclusive part of the hard science, but the developments go in the direction which would enable, according to some estimates, in 20 years, that it would actually become the most powerful actor. And I would add to that, not the computer itself, of course, but the small group of people being able to control that computer. So this process of robotic journalism is a very small part of a very broad issue, which is related to the use of artificial intelligence and the development of artificial intelligence.
Thank you. I'm sorry to say, because I was selected to be a commander of this meeting, and I indeed have to thank the speakers, because we have reached 12 hours, and we should head towards the coffee break. So thank you very much for your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Slavko. Thank you. Very good points. Very good points.
Very hard.
Okay. Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hello. Thank you for coming back. And it's not so hot as this morning. At least I hope it's not. It wasn't when we entered the room. So thank you very much to our two speakers who will speak in the plenary session, Professor Amy Jordan from Pennsylvania University and Professor Dominique Cardon from University Marnell de Waal or something. They will speak, first we will have Professor Jordan, who is Associate Director of Policy Implementation at the Annenberg Public Policy Center and also full professor adjunct at the Annenberg School of Communication at the University of Pennsylvania. She does a lot of research in media and children, but her recent work focuses on developing evidence-based health communication messages in the areas of nutrition, sun exposure, and cognitive health. She is also a co-editor with Daphna Lemish of the Journal of Children and Media. Professor Jordan will speak today about the relationship of media technologies and experience of childhood. Do media technologies define the experience of childhood? Reflections across the generations. So we will have two presentations of about 30 minutes, after which we will have discussion and questions. And before we start, I wanted to put up that we do have a hashtag for the conference. So please, Twitter community, do use our CEECOM 215 hashtag, and please do tweet about the conference. I think that's all about the announcement. The speakers always have the water, so the water speakers, please take the water. And I would like to now invite Professor Jordan.
Well, thank you, everyone, for hanging in there with us. I'll try to make sure that I'm engaging enough so that it's worth your while. I'll try to keep you awake. So, as Zrinka mentioned, I come here today wearing a couple of hats. Actually, before I even begin, I just want to say thank you for inviting me to be a part of this plenary. It's wonderful to share the stage with Dominique and to be a part of this meeting. I've been very impressed with what I've seen over the course of the day, and I've really been enjoying learning about research in this part of the world. So, as Zrinka said, I'm a professor of communication at the Annenberg School for Communication at the University of Pennsylvania, and that's one hat that I wear. I'm a scholar there. I do research on children and media. But another hat that I wear is as president of the International Communication Association. And I just want to tell you a little bit about ICA in case you're interested. It's something that's been a part of my professional identity for 30 years. I first started attending ICA meetings in 1984, yes, when I was a graduate student. And it was a really important way for me to become part of a larger academic community that was outside of where I was a student. So the association has about 40% of its membership. There are almost 5,000 members that are from outside of the U.S. So I think that wherever you come from, you'll find a community of scholars that are interested in the kinds of things that you're interested in. So I know that this microphone keeps slipping, so just give me a wave if you can't hear. And I'll proceed. I also know that it may be difficult for you to see some of the slides, but I was telling Zrinka before the meeting that I actually always write presentations that are not technology dependent because I know that they always go wrong, having organized a few conferences myself. So I'll just go ahead and show you the website in case you're interested in learning more about ICA. So as president-elect of ICA, I was in the position of planning this year's meeting, which was in San Juan, Puerto Rico. And in case you're interested, in future years, we'll be here in Europe. In 2 years' time, we'll be in Prague. Next year, we're in Japan, and the year after that, we're in San Diego. And as the president-elect, I was charged with planning the meeting. So this, of course, this meeting has a very interesting topic. The meeting that I planned, the focus or the theme of the meeting was communication across the lifespan. And this was really unnatural for me because I have been studying children and adolescents and media, and as Zrinka mentioned in her intro, I've been kind of pushing out into young adults and adults and studying health communication practices. But I thought long and hard about how to open the meeting, and I decided ultimately that I should have a plenary conversation or a plenary discussion that asked the question or looked at the question of whether media technologies define a generation. And as I look around here today, I see that there is a span of age, and there are many different generations that are likely represented here. But it was a question that engaged, I think, a number of scholars. So I don't know if you can see these women, but they're from all over the world, from Singapore, from the Netherlands, from Australia, and actually from the United States as well. And as they became interested in this question, they had fun with it, but they also debated it. They debated whether or not communication technologies define generations. Some said yes, they do. Others said no, absolutely they don't. Others said it depends on where you are in the lifespan or where you are in the world. Okay, good. So in my presentation today, I'm going to take a different approach to the question. So I'm not going to ask the question, do media technologies define a generation? But rather, do media define the experience of childhood? And then I'm going to flip the argument to examine not only whether media are defining the experience of childhood, but also whether children are defining the experience of media. Because they are not passive agents here, right? They're actively constructing their environments around them. They are consumers, but they're also producers. They're appropriators, and in many respects, they're definers. So I'll just tell you a bit about the organization of today's talk, and I'm just checking the time. So I'll start by considering the position that in many ways, notions of childhood are actually socially constructed, right? That the way we think about children and childhood are social constructs. Then I'll argue that despite childhood being a kind of construct, I'll make the point that there are certain kind of immutable developmental needs that can be hindered or exploited through children's use of media. And then I'll conclude by arguing that to understand digital media and its influence on the experience of childhood, we need to move away from the so-called platform-centered way of thinking about this relationship, where we're thinking about the internet or video games or smartphones, and rather thinking or creating studies that are more child-focused or child-centered, right, where the child is at the center and is expressing his or her developmental needs depending on where they are. So a half a century ago, social historian Philippe Ariès, in his 1962 book, Centuries of Childhood, made this argument that notions of children and childhood are social constructions and not biological givens. The central thesis of Centuries of Childhood is this: attitudes toward children evolved over time with economic change and social advancement. So he used diaries and portraits and descriptions of daily life in the 16th and 17th centuries, and he proposed that childhood as a distinct stage of life is a relatively modern concept. In medieval society, children were just little people, and they weren't really considered adults. Well, they were considered adults basically as soon as they could take care of themselves without a mother or a nanny. So I don't know if you can actually see these portraits, but he's not the only one that's made the argument. Certainly it's not a universally accepted thesis, but there are others, for example, Willem Coops, who have come along behind him and basically made the same argument. So what Coops argued, and where I'll start from today, is that children are what we adults choose to see and what we have made of them in our cultural history and society. So I put that out there, but I'm also going to argue that it's not necessarily true or uniformly true. Children and adolescents have agency in their cultural positioning. In part because of their consumer tendencies, because of their use of media, their creation of media products. And I'll also add the caveat that many of the propositions that I'm making today are rooted in experiences of childhood that are American or are European and in many respects are privileged. But like many developmental theorists before me, and here I'll put out Jean-Jacques Rousseau and Maria Montessori, Jean Piaget, David Elkind, I'm going to argue that the experience of the modern child is not so dissimilar to previous generations, that we're not overlaid by technology or virtually connected or digitally bound. So most of us, I think, would agree that this is a child, right, if you can see it. Also that these are also children and adolescents. But would we agree that these young people are adults? So when I ask my university students, how many of you consider yourselves adults? They're about 18 or 19 years old. Only about half of them will raise their hands. And then we get into a conversation where I say, when does society consider you no longer a child? When are you no longer a child? And that really varies depending on cultural positioning. So my example, religious practices, they may help define transitions. My students who are Jewish will say that you are no longer considered a child when you have your bar or bat mitzvah. Or government rules can define adulthood. For example, when you can serve in the army, right? When you can buy cigarettes, when you can legally drink alcohol, or vote in elections, or as my daughter put it on her 18th birthday, when you can legally buy a monkey. There's a thing in the United States. So you'd be 18 years old, you can buy a monkey. But very often, the feeling that one is no longer a child is defined in relation to family. For example, when you move out of your parents' house, or when you pay your own rent, or when you have your own child. So if childhood is socially constructed, then where do we get our ideas about what children need, right? Or how they should behave, or what role they should play in society? So we have, of course, our own experiences of being a child. So this is from my childhood. I grew up in a New England town, Holden, Massachusetts. That's around 1963. And we have our own experiences as being a child that are often tinged with the kind of sepia tones of nostalgia. I'll let you figure out which one is me. That's with my father and with my siblings. So we have those experiences to work from. And of course, we also have to recognize that for so many children in the world, the experience of childhood is not one that's idyllic. A generation may have grown up in an uncertain economy with parents in and out of jobs. We might have children who are in poverty or living in a time of fear or in a time defined by war. So when we ask, do media shape the experience of childhood, we obviously can't consider the technology and the child without also recognizing the tremendously important forces that press upon the child. And we certainly can't think of childhood as monolithic. This is my child. I don't know if you can see her. She's 20 now, but this was just a few days ago in the Frankfurt airport. And she's having part of her experience of childhood being defined by being connected to her friends through the phone. She'd had enough of her parents at that point. So many of us are raising or have raised children, and that's where some information comes from. But certainly science has been a place through which we develop our conceptions about childhood and construct our expectations of children. So, for example, we've learned a great deal about the biology of the brain through cognitive neuroscience and its particular vulnerability and malleability that occur both in the first 3 years of life, and more recently, we're recognizing changes in the brain of the adolescent. Where else do we get our ideas about children and childhood? Certainly the field of psychiatry, which provides normative guidelines for typical development. So we've seen, I'm not sure if this is the case in Europe, but in the US, a dramatic rise in the number of children who are diagnosed with what are called disorders like attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, or children who are diagnosed on the autism spectrum. But even here, guidelines for typical development are not without controversy. Rather than accepting the label of, for example, Asperger's syndrome, many would prefer the notion that society would embrace neurodiversity. So despite what we think we know about children, what they need, how they develop, the ways in which they are particularly vulnerable, such knowledge does not automatically inform or lead to the aim or the goal of their upbringing. So empirical research can offer us insights or footholds into what we could or should be doing with children, but it doesn't always translate necessarily into how media get appropriated into the context of their lives. So, for example, we know that babies need to be able to safely explore their environment. Here's a picture of a baby looking into a mirror. And they have to do this. They have to learn about their environment by crawling, by touching, by tasting, by experiencing the world through their senses. We also know that to learn to become social, to learn language, and to learn the give and take of interaction, babies need to be in the presence of a human being who will provide them with socially contingent responses. And we know that as children grow, they identify more with their peers than with their parents. That's from Mean Girls. And that this is a normal part of identity development. So as they move into the adolescent years, they're more likely to take risks, to think less than adults about future consequences, for example. And their new metacognitive skills make them hypercritical of themselves, and this is a period, of course, that makes them fragile in terms of their self-esteem. But to return to the question of whether media technologies change the experience of childhood, the technologies themselves change quickly, right? So it's difficult for researchers like myself or like you to keep up. So while we're writing up our studies of, let's just say, chat rooms and instant messaging, our children have moved on to Instagram and Snapchat, right? So I would propose this. As scholars, we should take a child-centric rather than a platform-centric perspective. We could just take the example of Facebook. Many of you have been talking about Facebook in your sessions today. And if we think about why Facebook became appropriated by adolescents almost immediately, almost as soon as it was developed, then we can think about what developmental needs the social media site served, right? What adolescents need is an opportunity to find avenues to connect with their peers and to create spaces that are separate from the adults in their lives, their teachers, their parents. And Facebook is a natural venue to meet that developmental need. And as many of us have been moving into that social media space, at least in the United States, the children, the adolescents, the young adults, they're moving out of them as quickly as we are moving in. Because, again, developmentally, they need their own space. So that's Facebook. Another example, I think, of where we should be learning from children is thinking, for those of you who are interested in media literacy, how is it that children develop their own grammar around these technologies in ways that are quite different? So I didn't teach my children to use Facebook. They taught each other, right? The children are teaching each other, and they're becoming literate, creating their own rules. But they also do the same thing, of course, with texting. So my colleague, who is a linguist, has done very interesting studies to show that just punctuation in a text can completely alter the meaning. So if my daughter, who you saw a picture of before, said, "I'm bringing David, her boyfriend, home for dinner," and I texted back and said, "Fine," whether I put an exclamation point, nothing, or a period really changes the meaning. I didn't realize until just a few months ago from my linguist colleague that the period at the end of the sentence signifies anger. Who knew? So just to conclude, I want to argue that children's needs remain constant. What fills these needs, that's what's different. And I would argue that this is what we should be studying, how children use what is in their environments to serve their developmental needs. In my parents' day, it was radio. In my day, it was television. In my children's day, it's the internet. But who knows what it will be like in 10, 20, 30 years from now. Children will still be children. As someone who does both qualitative and quantitative research, I would argue that it is valuable to regularly assess which media are being used, how often, and by whom. And many of you have presented studies, I saw a few of them today, just laying out how media are being taken up in the various countries around Central and Eastern Europe. And this is very important. But it's equally important to understand why digital technologies are meaningful and how they're meaningful in meeting children's developmental needs. And this, I believe, gets us closer to understanding what role adults should be playing in this context. So I have a sense that as we continue to explore the digital media challenge, the theme of this conference, it will be the digital natives, our children, rather than the digital immigrants, myself, possibly some of you, that will most naturally place the child at the center rather than the media platform. So in this talk, I've argued that media technologies of today are wildly different than 10 or 15 years ago, but that children retain their basic developmental needs to connect, to socialize, to explore, and to actualize. And I'll conclude on this note. A famous Croatian photographer makes images that are deeply compelling, and through the reason that they resonate, I think, with a wistful regard for a time when people were in tune with each other spiritually and emotionally rather than electronically. But I believe that images like this highlight the capacity of children to make whatever is available to them, whether it's digital media or sticks, serve the important role of facilitating their development. Thank you.
Professor Jordan, for this really inspiring talk, really inspiring. And we continue with the topic of technology and community with Professor Dominique Cardon, who is a sociologist in the Laboratory of Uses of France Telecom and associate professor at the University of Marne-la-Vallée. He's working on the transformation of the public spaces and the use of technology. And his recent research is on the use of social media in different contexts. He will speak today on the communities and the topography of online in relationship to web communities in France and Germany, but in relationship to the idea of the internet and digital public sphere. So, Dominique, please take the floor.
So, I try to organize. So, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thanks to the organizer of the conference for the invitation. Thanks to the French Institute too. When I prepare this presentation, I propose a summary of conference about a very empirical research with computer scientists and quantitative results. And I think it's not the good thing to present to you now. It could be a little boring. And I will talk about the same topics, but in trying to present you something which is a kind of broad view of the role of technology and mostly the role of algorithm in the new organization of the ranking of information on the web. So my idea is to try to give a kind of picture of, and it's a very personal lecture of what is happening now with the different way calculators, which we call algorithm, are trying to rank information in the public sphere. And I really think that the different way calculators are ranking information is one of the most important change in the organization of information. So the thing that I will try to do, and I think it's rather complex, so I will try to be the most simple and narrative as possible, but it could be sometimes a little strange. It's to go inside algorithm, because I really think that we need, it's a kind of educative role that we have to try to understand what algorithms are doing to information today. And my purpose, inspired by works in social study of science and social study of technology, is to try to understand what are the role of algorithm in the ranking of information. We don't have the real number about the importance of our navigation on the broad range of information on the internet, but we could say that 95% of audience are, 95% of our navigation are concentrated on only 0.03% of the content of the web. So we are circulating in a very, very, very small space of the information, of the digital information. And why are we circulating in a so small space area of information? It's because we are guided in our navigation by algorithm, and we need to understand what they are doing. So the idea that I will try to share with you is the fact that we have different families of calculation techniques, and those different families of calculation techniques shapes visibility in different manners. My idea is that inside the way algorithms calculate information, there is a sort of principle, a sort of idea of the society, idea of what is the legitimate order of the information that we should give a specific visibility on the web. So I will try to give you first the broad idea of the 4 different families of calculation techniques that I will then study. And the first, with the idea that in order to understand those 4 different techniques of calculation, we can separate, it's a metaphor, it's just a metaphor, we have to separate the data on the calculators. And my metaphor is to say that we have 4 different positions of the calculators around the data. First, we can put the calculators beside the data. And when we put it beside the data, I will call this kind of metrics, kind of way of ranking information, audience measurement. When we put the calculators above the data, I will try to show that the kind of principle that we use to rank information is the idea of authority. The authority of information is important in this family. The third family is the idea that we will bring the calculators inside the data and inside the way users of internet are seeing and using different metrics in order to in their action. And we measure reputation when we put the calculators inside the data. And the fourth family is the idea that, and it's a new one, and it's the new calculation technique that is coming all around the web, is to put the calculators below the data on the form of the principle of ranking. For ranking the information is the idea of predictability. So that's the idea. 4 different families, beside, above, inside, below the data. In order to rank the information, calculators need to find the good signal. They have to find an information that could be computed in order to make the best approximation of the information that should be visible. And the idea is that algorithms take information at a specific point between the user and the text, the video, the picture, and they try to capture one information, which is I write, I comment, I note, I click, I navigate, I view. It's a quality which is between the user and the information that algorithm tried to capture in order to produce their ranking. And in order to be simple, I think that we have 4 different types of plugs in my 4 different families. Calculators can record links. They can record likes. By likes, I mean like, retweet, on every different kind of social media metrics. They can record view, navigation, click, and they can record tracks of navigation that user can give to them. One of the most important things to notice at first is that sometimes the information are very explicit information given by the user. When I create an hypertextual link, it's an explicit action. When I just click, it's more implicit in the way calculators can take the information. So let's now try to go families by families in the 4 different kind of techniques that I tried to present to you. The first one is very simple. It's very old. It's linked to the traditional public sphere and the old media like radio, press, and television. It's the idea that beside the information, beside the data, we can measure audience. And to measure the audience, we just have to try to give to some information more popularity than the other, because more persons click on the information. And the main signal that those kind of measure will compute is the number of clicks, the number of unique visitors that could be measured in this situation. One important thing is that audience measurement is beside the web. It's more or less a proprietary measure. There are no real public sharing of the different audience measure of the web. And most of the numbers that are shared by societies that try to record audience are more or less right or wrong, but it's always very difficult to have a good measurement of the web audience in this situation. We could also use audience in order to create a ranking of the information. For example, on YouTube, you can have a different visibility for different video because the number of views of the video is a way to rank the different objects. Another important thing in the audience measurement is the fact that it is a democratic measure. It brings the idea that all the internautes are equal. There are no internautes that have more power than others in the ranking of the audience. I insist on this point because it's the only measurement which is, let's say, democratic in this sense. And as every kind of algorithm, every kind of measurement, every kind of metrics on the web, there are people who try to play with the measure, and there is an army of clickbots who try to transform or to game the metrics that is proposed by audience. The second one, an audience brings a lot of problems in order to rank the web. One of the most important problems is the fact that audience is not a good approximation of the quality of the information. That's the reason why I think the second family of metrics appears. And it appears with search engine and mostly with Google, with the idea that we won't try to measure information above the web, beside the web, but above, with a very, very specific kind of algorithm. And this algorithm will not try to measure popularity, but try to measure something that we should call notoriety or mostly authority. The idea that there is some information that are more authoritative information than other should be the objective of the algorithm. The idea has been brought to the web by Sergey Brin and Larry Page. In fact, they don't invent this idea. This idea is coming from Eugene Garfield on the Science Citation Index. It's very close to our world because it's the way we are ranking articles, review on researcher, with the idea that we try to compute the number of citations that we recite from the others, but it's not a democratic measure because all votes are not equal. People who are cited by a very large and important newspaper will get a lot of authority, and if you are cited by a very small blog, small and unknown blog, you won't get a lot of authority. So there is the idea that with this kind of measurement, we try to capture something like acknowledgement, authority, notoriety, and it's the idea of the Google's PageRank, the initial Google PageRank, which is in this authority measurement. One of the aspects of this measure, the first one, is the fact that for Google, for the PageRank, let's say, the web is only a connection between text. There are no person behind the web. It's only ID, we cite other ID, and we try to capture above the web the different link between the ID, and there is the idea that, perhaps a naive ID, the idea is that the computer above the web can record something which is the acknowledgement, the authority of, or the best approximation of authority that we could find on the web in order to rank information. And a lot of things that Google try to do with and against the webmaster is to try to define what are the good and the bad links. Some links brings with them authority, and some other links brings calculation strategy, and they don't have authority, and the Google try to obliterate them in order to make this calculation. The idea of Google, when we try to observe the history, the kind of mentality of the Google spirit, is the idea of a kind of natural science, a kind of what Peter Gallison and Lauren Daston and Peter Gallison called the idea of instrumental objectivity. It's the idea that above the web, Google can observe the natural link between people, but people won't act and won't make or create hyperlinks in thinking about what Google is recording above them. This idea, and it's very important when you study the story of statistics, there is a lot of statistical law between the calculus of the Google PageRank, and one of the most important is the idea of the miracle of the aggregation from Condorcet, or the idea, the experiment of Galton, or the idea is that the quality of the measure is linked to the fact that people who create links between them don't act in thinking about Google trying to measure their information. Yoshai Benkler speaks about the idea of Google try to measure above the web the coordination of uncoordinated action. And that's the reason why Google always said to webmaster, do not worry about Google. Don't think about Google. You need to make natural link. If your link is strategic, you are transforming, you are changing, you are moving the way the the computation of the algorithm. And Google invents something which is very essential to them, is the idea that visibility, there is two possible ways. Visibility is something you merit. It's a natural way of linking sites together, or something you buy with the AdWords system, and they distribute the web page between natural or organic, as Google said, and strategic link. This idea to try to record authority on the web was one of the most interesting things that the web created in my sense, and one of the most important algorithms to rank information on the web. But there are problems with this kind of measure, a lot of problems. My presentation is very naive. A lot of problems with the Google metrics. The first one is the Matthew effect. The Matthew effect is the fact that at the center of a network, when you are at the center, all new nodes in the network will connect to you. So there is a kind of winners take all effect. When you are at the center, you take all the new links that are coming. And the effect of this Matthew effect is the fact that a metrics who try to measure authority of information is in fact measuring popularity of the information. At the top of the Google ranking, popularity and authority are close, very close together. The second problem is the fact that in the Google system, only hyperlinks contribute to the wisdom of the crowd. Only hyperlinks between bloggers, webmasters, and people who can write on internet produce hypertext links that can be recorded by the algorithm. And with the transforming structure of the web, with the massification of usage, with the democratization of the public of the web, new publics will come for ranking information on the web with social web, with the appearance of Friendster, MySpace, Facebook, and all the different social media that appeared during the second part of the year 2000. So I think that the reason why a third family appears in order to measure information on the web. And this family don't try to measure beside, above, but try to put the metrics inside the web page, inside the action and behavior of the different users of internet. And they use the idea that we could rank information with the affinity of the different users, such as in Facebook. So we don't measure audience, we don't measure authority, we try to measure something which is reputation. The reputation that someone could have on his own Facebook pages, Twitter account, or things like that. And the way the computers try to capture information is the fact that when someone likes an information, or share an information, or comment an information, it brings the quality to the document that he is trying to like, comment, or share. But it brings also the quality to its own person, to its own digital person. The idea of social web is the idea that I bring something to an information, to a link, but I bring also something to myself, to the building of the internet user, to its identity, to the way he creates its own visibility in front of her friends, with the idea that I share, I like, I love. My identity is what I share with the other on the things that I like on internet. So the kind of representation of the web that appears with social web metrics and the idea of metrics of reputation is not the Google idea that the web is only a connection between text. It's a mixture of text and person and digital identities of the different users are closely and linked together in this kind of metrics. And some internet services propose that we create metrics not about the ranking of information, but about the ranking of people because of their reputation in the social media services. By the way, we create also a kind of differentiation inside the user between what he is in his real life with his friend and what is this kind of digital identity just above him, which is the way he can capitalize reputation, comment, sharing with this identity that he has built in discussing and commenting different things on the web. It creates local metrics. There is no global vision of what reputation is on the web. There are a lot of different reputation appearing in different circles of internet, in different communities of internet, on Twitter, on Facebook friends, in thematic blogs. And the idea that is often criticized is the fact that with those reputation metric of the third family, we create some filter bubble between people because the reputation is built in direct link with the affinity of the person. When you choose your friends, you choose the kind of information that you will see with the Facebook algorithm, which is called the EdgeRank. And it's also a very important transformation in the way statistics on metrics can act, can perform the social world. In the idea of Google, the metrics is outside the world. It tries to measure something which is the natural world. Here, the metrics is inside the action of the people. Metrics are just benchmark. There is not a lot of importance of what the real number is measuring. Numbers can change. There is no objectivity of the measure. The idea of objectivity is not present in this kind of measure. The idea is that we can compare ourselves to other people. The metrics is just a benchmark tools in order to create comparison between different actors and try to improve the result of the metric for the next measurement. People are using their number of friends on Facebook, their numbers of followers on Twitter, and they can act strategically because the metrics is inside their practice. You know that you don't have to send a tweet on Friday evening, but it's better to send a tweet on Tuesday at 11 o'clock in the morning. It's better because you will have more retweets. So the idea is that you act strategically because of the visibility of the measurement inside your action, create a new kind of world in which the distinction that was very important for the Google's PageRank between natural and strategic can disappear. There is a kind of blurring of the distinction between natural and strategic because you can act strategically because of the visibility of benchmark metrics that appears with social web. As every other metrics, there is a way to game the system, creating artificial friends on Facebook, army of false count on Twitter are something very familiar, very regular. There is an impossible standardization of reputation metric. It's very difficult to have only one way of measuring what is reputation on social web. And what is more important, I think, is the idea that you can measure a lot of things, but you don't really know what you are measuring in this kind of world. And there is a strong difference between what people think they are and what they will show on their Facebook page and what they are really doing. And there is a difference between subjective expressions that have been brought to the web by social web and the reality of the behavior. And I insist on this word behavior of the internet user. There are a lot of studies in marketing showing that mainly there is one about the Netflix, and the study compare the wish list. What are the movies that I want to see? And they compare the wish list and the reality of the movies that the user see in reality. They want to see Ozu, they want to see documentary, they want to see some very high-level movie. And in our real life, we see something which is more common and more popular in reality. And I think that the distinction between what people say they want to do and what they are really doing is the reason why the last family of calculation is appearing and is now dominating all the algorithm of the web, with the idea that if people are not saying the truth in social web, we are going to put the calculator below the data. We are trying to record something which is different, which are tracks, and we are going to give to the user information or recommendation who are closely linked not to their subjectivity, but to their behavior. And the idea is to record tracks of the people, because tracks are very good predictors of what people will do in the future. They are approximatively good predictors of what people could do in the future. And they are best predictors than what they say they want to do in the future. So new algorithms are trying to create database of behavior with cookies, with information that they can track everywhere on the web, with only implicit tracks of user behavior. And the idea which is behind is that we can compare the tracks of the behavior of the user with the tracks of other users who have done something that the people that we track have not do. And if someone loves, in a music service, for example, if someone likes A and B, we can compare to other people who like A, B, C, and D, and we can say, if there are a lot of people who love A, B, C, and D, that my user could love C and D too, because of the comparison, the massive statistical comparison with other tracks in the system. This system is called machine learning. It's the new paradigm that is coming all around the internet algorithm, which is a statistical transformation of the way we measure information on the web. It uses a different paradigm of computation, which is Bayesian statistic. They use massively probability in order to infer the behavior of people, and they are changing the way we are tracking users all over the web in order to propose different services. I just want to conclude with the idea that there is, I tried to, I'm not sure that it's really clear. I tried to separate 4 different families, but it's a very formal and, let's say, a little naive conception of the different way calculation is going actually on the web. The reality is that all those different families are mixed together with a different composition. The PageRank in Google score is still a PageRank authority measurement, but it also have a lot of different measures. And we could say that there are different forms that are appearing now in the way to rank information on the web. The first one is the idea of retargeting, which is mainly attracts when you go to a site. We can record that you go to this site, and then you will have the advertisement for this site during 3 months everywhere on the web, on your mobile, on every way you're going. The Google score is now using a lot of machine learning below the web in its computation, And the social graph of Facebook, which is the main idea of affinity and reputation of Facebook, is now also using a lot of machine learning technique today. I just want to say 2 words in order to conclude. The first is one of the most striking phenomenon that we assist today is the idea that with machine learning appears the idea that there is an erosion of determinism, which has been studied by Jan Hacking a long time ago. The idea that we could use correlation between tracks of behavior without finding the causality of this correlation. It doesn't matter. If there are enough correlation, we can recommend some information and some product and something to people just because of the causality, even if just because of the correlation, even if the causality seems very odd or strange in this situation. Someone from the advertising world said to me, Portuguese between 19 and 25 who travel to Austria like Häagen-Dazs ice cream. We don't know the relation between Portuguese travel to Austria and Häagen-Dazs ice cream. It doesn't matter. We just see that there is a little correlation in the database in order to push the information to them. And the other thing which is linked to this one is the idea that with those new techniques, we don't represent society with segment, with categories, with a social class division. People are, as we discussed this morning during the plenary, people are just behavior that we try to target the more closely as possible. And the idea that society needs category to represent themselves, to give to themselves, to itself a representation of what is the society in which we are living, is disappearing with those new techniques. Thank you.
Lecture again, and I must say on a personal note that I was struck by your, when you talked about how we must know what's happening with Google, because if we know what's happening, it will change the behavior, and this is what they don't want. If anybody here in this room has read the Isaac Asimov Foundation trilogy, and knows the character of the scientist Sidney Sheldon, who invented psychohistory, as a science to predict the behavior of human beings. This is exactly what we have today with what you were describing, or at least part of it we have today. So I would really like to thank again the Rendezvous Festival for enabling us to share in this insights by Dominique Cardon, and I also really would like to thank Professor Jordan, the ICA president, for taking time, and please come both of you to the table for questions. And I hope what I will do is I will switch this over to you so that we can have the mic for the questions. And I hope we do have a student or something. Do we have a student? Okay. So this will hopefully work. And if not, so this one works. Okay, so do we have questions? Who wants to have a first question or a comment to either Amy or Dominique? Yes, Václav.
My name is Václav Štětka. I'm from Charles University in Prague. And first I would like to thank the both keynote speakers for really interesting and thought-provoking presentations. And I have questions for both of you. First, to Professor Jordan. I was intrigued by your presentation in which you displayed some pictures from your childhood, some photographs. And it provoked me to ask you about this issue. I think that one of the examples of a really profound impact of the digital technologies on children development and socialization is precisely this abundance of digital representations of themselves and their families, either in the form of photographs or videos, clearly uncomparable to what we used to experience and the generations of our parents have. So I'm just wondering if you're aware of any research, or if there is any research on the question of whether this abundance of the visual representations of early childhood has an impact on the development of children's memory and the memories of their childhood. I know it might be too soon to tell, but I think that in the long term we might be surprised by the results, and by comparing how much we remember from our childhood to what our children will remember when they reach our age, because of this pictorial representation.
Right. No, I think that's a really good point, and it's something that I've given some thought to. The question of how children's participation in social media, where they are actively constructing their identities and they're choosing what to present, but then also the kind of trace or trail of their childhood that's left behind. What effect does that have on memories? And I would argue that if we go back a few decades, we can look at similar behaviors happening with other kinds of photographs. Also, the kind of oral history that parents pass on or grandparents pass on from one to another. And I would say that it's too early to tell, but it's likely that this behavior is one that is not unlike behaviors that have happened before, telling stories, and may magnify the experience of remembered childhood or the lived experience at the time, but is not so unique. So I think if we think back to photo albums or VHS tapes or other ways that children would access their childhoods, it's I'm guessing that and I think research is needed, that there's something there, but it's not completely disconnected from the way children experience their childhoods before. I don't know if you want to add to that? Okay.
I'd like to follow up on that question, actually, because there's a lot. I'm sorry, I'm Abby Jones, and I'm actually from Philadelphia University, which is funny, we live in the same state. But a lot of the research out there talks about that social construction factor of Facebook and Twitter and all the Snapchat and everything. That how real is it? How much pressure is there to look a certain way, be a certain way? They say there's tons of research that say the longer you're on Facebook, the worse you feel about your life, because you're watching everybody else's life look so great. Will that change? I mean, do you think that factor could change it? That this is more about a construction of an image than my parents taking pictures of me on the beach in Nantucket, which was real versus kind of fake? I know you'd appreciate that.
Well, that's a construction too, right? What parents choose to represent about their children, and whether it's Nantucket or whatever. But I think that the question that you're raising is a really interesting one, and that is, and I'd like to see what Dominique says about this as well. What do the technological affordances of sharing and liking and retweeting and favoriting, what does that do to, in terms of a feedback mechanism, to the choices that children make about what they share and how they share it? And I think that would probably be something for you to address. Technological affordances, yes.
Yes, but I'm not sure that I have an answer. I think it's too early to know exactly what is happening now in the socialization of those. But what appears in French study of Facebook use is we sometimes have the idea that they use it a lot during their whole lifespan, and in fact they stop very frequently to use it in the study. So it's a more distant relationship with the social construction of the identity, and sometimes perhaps it's more a game or something which is we perhaps have not the importance that we adults give to the use of this kind of identity building on Facebook, but we need to wait a little to have more further study about this.
So, my name is Anna Shirakanova. I'm from Minsk, and I have a question to Dominique. From your experience, given that we have more and more need of understanding how big data work and how machine learning works, would you say how should it be that social scientists cooperate effectively with data scientists so that they understand each other? Would you say that social scientists should learn more of how algorithms work? Would they be ever be capable of understanding data science and machine learning to that degree that they would be able to do that themselves? Because I see this interdisciplinary problem of understanding what we can do and how we should interpret that on the other hand. So could you please provide your own vision? Who should take care of that, and how is this possible given the different disciplines that are involved in that process right now? Thank you.
Many thanks to your question. It's exactly what I'm trying to do, and I think that we as social scientists we should not let computer scientists do the job. We need to work with them, we need to criticize, we need to understand, and sometimes there is a kind of literary inhibition in our field. I can't understand, it's too complex. No, it's not very complex. In fact, things are very complicated, but we don't need to understand everything in what they are doing. But we need to explore, to try to understand, and that's the reason why I think social study of science, Bruno Latour and things like that, have always done those kind of works. And I think there is an important place for very qualitative, as myself, sociologists, to work with computer scientists in order to understand what they are doing. One thing which is complex is the fact that it's easy to make a kind of technical anthropology of the PageRank, as I've done very briefly here, but I have a write paper on this question. It's easy because the PageRank, we can capture the intention of Larry Page and Sergey Brin. They have a real vision of the web, and we can try to understand what they're trying to bring inside the algorithm. With machine learning, there is more or less, there is less intention, in fact, in what they are doing. You take the data, different flow of data, you put the data inside the machine system, and then you give an objective. And there is an objective, so we can try to make a social interpretation, comprehension. What is the objective that we give to the machine learning system who is going to make a lot of correlations. They test a lot of theory. In fact, machine learning, Bayesian system, is the idea that we don't have theory, we test thousands of theory. And we test theory because we measure what people are doing in order to use the information of where do we click in order to find the best correlation. So there is the idea of auto-stable, metastable system, which learn by the user always. And it's more complex to make social study of this kind of new algorithm, but I think it's important. It's important for the scientific purpose of the subject, and also it's politically very important to try to understand what they are doing today.
Orlin Spasov, University of Sofia, Bulgaria. A very short comment to the very interesting presentation of Professor Jordan regarding the role of the punctuation online. I just want to give you an idea what is happening in Bulgaria. As you know, the official alphabet in Bulgaria is the Cyrillic alphabet. But a lot of young people switch to Latin, writing online in Latin, because we don't have a normative punctuation in Latin, and by writing in Latin, they just hide the level of functional illiteracy. So this is interesting how they try to hide the high level of illiteracy by using a different script. And I have a short question to the very interesting presentation of Mr. Cardon. As we know, the Facebook is, so to say, a blank page for the Google. The Google can't see what is happening inside the Facebook, and that's why we can say that Facebook is parallel world in the internet, and that's why the Facebook creates this social graph, declaring that the social graph is more democratic than the algorithms used by Google, because the social graph is based on what your friends mean about a particular question. Would you a little bit comment this difference between the social graph and the algorithm of Google?
No, I don't know anything about it.
For the first question and punctuation.
You know, I do think it's really interesting to see what youth do with language, with punctuation, with appropriating content to create their own communities and their own ways of communicating with one another. So thank you for that example.
There is a study that has been about the smiley, and the study shows that the emoticon smiley with the idea that only adults use the nose. Young people don't use nose today in smiley. It's a way to differentiate between the public. For algorithm, you can give them this rule. Younger adults, because they use the nose in the smiley. You're completely right. There is a competition between those different platforms, and the different families of computation that I tried to describe is a huge economic competition between two ways of organized information on the web, with authority and with the idea of the social graph, which Facebook and Brad Fitzpatrick for Facebook brings to the web. Let's say that we could say that it's more democratic because there is no centrality of the authority by acknowledgement of different people who have a lot of power in order to create links for Google. So there is the friendly idea that people are linking them together in order to create small community to organize information. The reality is that it's very democratic, but it creates a lot of problems. And one of the problems is the idea that not there is a filter bubble about political opinion. People who are liberals don't see Democrat links, or people who are Democrat don't see liberal links. In fact, it don't really appear specifically on Facebook. But because of the social structure of society, people in the social graph have not a lot of opportunities, cultural, economic resource. Their friends have not a lot of economic, cultural resource. They don't share information direct to hard news or serious news in newspaper. They only share information, links to YouTube, 9gags, and things like that. And they are stuck to their social position by the affinity links created by Facebook. They don't see information, in fact. Only people who have more cultural capital, economic capital, are sharing information about liberals or Democrat newspaper. But there is a way, in a certain way, the algorithms try to stick to society, and they reproduce inequality in our society with this new way of just recording what people are doing in order to recommend them what they are doing. So there is a kind of reproduction of society which appears with social graph.
My name is Zalem Kalisinski, and I'm the member of the Croatian Council for Electronic. Doesn't work?
The concert.
Mm-hmm. Is it okay now?
Now it is.
Okay. My name is Zalem Kalisinski. I'm the member of the Croatian Council for Electronic Media and Commissioner for Rendezvous. I used to work for 5 years as the editor-in-chief of one of the leading Croatian portals, and I'm very interested. How would you comment on the fact that what does Google algorithm and the other tools for marketing, basically used for marketing purposes, do to the quality professional media online? How do they shape, to what extent do they shape the editorial policy, and what kind of pressure is being made on the editors and journalists of such professional and quality media in order to get more clicks and in order to sell more advertising space, especially within the context that the real business, how should I say, model has not been yet found for the profitability of the online media. Thank you.
Really, it's a too large question and very important. We discussed this morning during the session. I think there are a lot of effects. In fact, the first one is that the ad model of newspaper is declining. My opinion, but it's not only my opinion, but my opinion is they will never have enough money with advertisement on the web. So the idea is that it's always a way to try to increase the number of clicks in order to have a better audience. Will never give them enough an economic model which can be sustainable in this fact. And Google plays an important role because it captures a lot of the advertisement market, and it creates on newspaper different new way of writing with clickbait. The idea is that we create a writing style, the way to produce information, the kind of interest that we try to share with the audience, just in order to have clicks on your website. And I don't know how it's happening in Croatia, but in France, the audience number for newspaper are something which is very false, in fact. Newspaper launch quiz, launch dictionary, information about travel or things like that, just in order to create more audience for the advertisement market. It creates, I think, really some bad behaviors in the editorial world, and perhaps the need is to try to find other economic model than advertisement for newspaper. I don't know what's happening in Croatia. In France, there are some pure player websites are coming back to the idea that people need to pay for access to information, and the quality is better, and you don't have those kind of problems which are appearing. But
let me thank our speakers again. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Amy and Dominique, for opening up this extremely interesting areas of research which are not so much present in Croatia or in many other countries of the Central and Eastern Europe. So what we heard today from you is something which gives food for thought, even though I know several of my colleagues are dealing in certain areas of your research, and I hope they will have time and opportunity tomorrow, at least during the cocktail, if not before, to discuss and mingle. So I'm really grateful for your time, for your lectures, and for your questions. And I need to tell you that at the moment, as planned at 6 o'clock, a big concert has started on the parking lot in front, because today is the day of the students of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences. They have made beans, they cooked, they have beer, so everybody who feels that they would enjoy this happening is invited to stay, the students or those who feel young. So please enjoy yourselves, and we will see you tomorrow morning. I think we start at 8, right? I think it's at 8. A plenary is a little bit later. A plenary is around 11, right? 11:30 or something. And we will have 2 speakers tomorrow in the plenary, Professor Gvozden Flego and Dunja Mijatović, on the freedom of expression and freedom of media in Europe. So I invite you to all be here as well for the plenary. And we've had a busy day, so I hope that you enjoy your evening, and see you tomorrow. Thanks.